Home Sweet Home? I don't think I know that one. But yeah, Stone Temple Pilots would be a good, like, classic. I don't know, Cornflake. There's the one where today was, like, kind of the deadline for one company. And I almost, yeah, I don't think I want to take it because I'm not as enthusiastic about the product as I think they're looking for someone to be. I do have some, like, slight moral qualms about it, you know? For the same reason, like, I don't want to stream to Kick because of its relation to gambling, basically. Again, people can do whatever they want with their money, but I'm not sure I want to contribute to that, right? Which is why I'm almost, like, hesitant to, like, consider crypto companies, too. Honestly, like, keep in mind, if I was running out of, like, unemployment benefits, I'd take whatever job I could. But also, like, the one that I had the offer from is also, like, 30% lower than the range I'm really looking for. Which makes sense. Like, you know, they're a startup and they got to do some stuff. I'm waiting on one that, you know, had the final interview on Monday. Kind of figured I'd hear something by today, but they might be following up on references and stuff. And then had an interview today for a DevRel role, or Dev Advocacy. The last Dev Advocacy one I interviewed with, they were like, so would you be willing to travel, like, you know, once, twice a month? Or no, like every two, maybe one, like every month? I was like, traveling every month? Yikes. Meanwhile, this one's like, nah, we're not doing travel. There's no budget for that. Like, you know, we're just content creation. Which would be interesting. Hearing the no budget for it thing is interesting too, though. Conferences, things like that. However, the one today I think would be great for content creation stuff. I think the big thing there is they'd probably expect me to do all the editing too, and I probably should have followed up and asked about that. Because, yeah, a content creation role in which someone else is doing the editing would be way better, because that's, like, the most time-consuming part. That's why I'm still taking so long to make my next YouTube video, you know? Not even just the editing part, but, like, the dread of editing. So that's fun. There you go. Yeah, the old George Lucas effect. I think you're onto something. The old George Lucas technique. Ooh, I was planning on doing that for my content, man. Maybe that's just a branding thing, right? If anyone doesn't know what he's talking about. Right? Batman style. Pretty solid, right? Ooh. Y'all got a golden kappa. Were y'all hanging out over in Pirate Software stream or something? It's my own headcanon that every single tech person that ends up having a golden kappa probably got it from hanging out in Pirate Software stream. Just on any regular day. on any given day. Ooh, Kinslayer, you actually got yours from Pirate Software? I'm good. Togglebit is where you got yours, Sergeant? That makes sense. He's great, too. Ooh, I mean, Fruit Shop, they got way more than cookies. Are you using the same Chrome browser? If so, they don't need cookies. They've already admitted to using Chrome to actually track people, which is why they don't care about cookies. Okay, so you're using Firefox. They don't get that at least. However, is it the same size? Are you resizing your browser window? The only true way you're ever going to do that is most likely, like, to actually see it properly and differently. You need a different browser, different OS, different monitor size. Like, there are so many ways they can actually fingerprint you. Yeah, that's like the future of analytics, the fingerprinting system. Yeah, so the fingerprinting system is pretty gnarly out there. They can use all sorts of stuff. They can check to see how many cores you have available to your browser, right? Like, dude, there's so much available of just metadata to basically, like, is it him? Yeah, it's him. Here's something even crazier. They might see Firefox and assume you're a developer. Because seriously, that's kind of how it works. Only web devs actually care about their browser that much. Or programmers in general, I should say. Yeah, in many cases, cornflake, for sure. Yep. Unless it's Android, then they assume you're broke. I'm only somewhat kidding. I feel bad. I know someone who works at Google and they're Android to the core because reasons, duh. And they are far from broke. Still, that was a good joke, right? There you go, the bread. Yeah, totally. Let's add this quick section to the page, right? We got to do our 404 page stuff. We're really, like, hammering out our issues, right? Which is awesome. So, yep, handling 404s, homepage content, and maybe just a little bit about, like, what? What's WASM? Huh? Image of UI or video, image or video of UI. Right, we'll end up having that as part of the top level thing. Nailed it, Cody. This application is written in WASM and compiled to WAT. Good job, Cody. Nailed it. That's exactly what I was going to type there. So yeah, I would say Cody is not necessarily what I would reach for writing prose. Yeah, we're not using the assembly script compiler. Oh, wow, yeah, okay. All right, so yeah, this application uses SQLite and Whisper.cpp directly in the browser. So it's not Copilot, we're using Cody. I want to support, you know, the underdog. Also, Cody's like chat prompt thing over here is really good. Like that's how we ended up solving our date time bug. Cody, C-O-D-Y by SourceGraph. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, the auto-completions are all right. When you're writing code, it's actually really good, especially if you have like commented stuff from like other files like in there. Technically, it looks at your whole project though, so you don't even need it in the same file as a comment or anything, which is nice. To like get context of like what's within an object or an interface or something. But I really think being able to ask it questions about your code base is actually really cool. We tried using ChatGPT at one point to try and solve our date time bug, and it wasn't even close. All it did was refactor our function. It didn't actually change any logic. Oh, does Copilot have the chat now? Last time I looked at Copilot, it didn't. That may have been something they recently added. Is Copilot X the one that has the chat? That might be it. Yeah, I'm just familiar with like traditional Copilot, where you basically like type what you want in a comment, and then it'll like fill in the next like chunk of code for you. But yeah, Copilot X might have all that stuff built in, which makes sense. I think my favorite part is that Cody doesn't exfiltrate data from your machine outside, whereas Copilot, I think, does. Right? It simply indexes and understands your code locally without sending anything back to their servers, other than like, you know, telemetry probably. Which is pretty cool. And at least that's my understanding of it. I could be wrong. So yeah, I wanted something about that. What up, Vladislav? How you doing, Jarrell, Mr. Sir? Man, I was really hoping I'd get a reply back on one of these things this week, but alright. Oh. Involves. There we go. Consciousness, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Right. I think that's pretty good for now. All right, there we go. So that's not even the part we cared about. But I do think we needed to make some upgrades to the README. So now we need to handle 404s, right? We're on a chapter that doesn't exist. Hey, Coding Garden, Mr. Sir. How are you doing? You want to check out what we're working on? Yeah, let's do the shout-outs. There we go. Yeah, what were you up to as well? As I'm like, getting things going and kind of chatting it out. And hey, thanks for that sub. I need to shout out mine here again soon. And hey, Coding Garden, Shed Dev, Mr. Sirs. Appreciate that. Thanks for starting that hype train. So you tried Java Spring Boot. Oh, cool. Yeah, have you seen Spring Academy? Not the alternative school, this one right here. Yeah, just in case there are people looking for a resource for like learning and teaching themselves, etc. This might be worth it. I don't know how much it costs or any of that stuff. Someone mentioned it near the end of your stream. Nice. Yeah, we had, why am I spacing on his name right now? Todd Libby. Yeah, we had Todd Libby showing us Spring Academy at one point. So yeah, pretty cool. Yeah, no worries there, Guillermo. Yeah, I'm a collector, Eddie. All right, so here's the thing we're working on. I highly recommend that you download one of the smaller models just for testing. Another important aspect is when you're on the page, make sure that you do the number of threads that is not your maximum. If you end up doing your maximum, it can actually be slower than what you actually truly have available. So this is a really old Mac Mini. It says I have 4 cores available, but I think it's actually 2. So I get better performance running as 2 instead of 4. I feel like the interviews on Monday went well. I had one today as well. It was pretty good. I'm using Kodi right now, but I'm pretty sparing with it. Kodi source graph. Here you go. This one. All right, so here's the app, right? We're using Whisper in the browser. I'd say check it out. So we save that, boom. We got our welcome here, dark and stormy night, ayo. So we see some text there. Let's add a new snippet real quick. So this snippet would be something like, and then we got raided. So now I'm gonna record some audio. So today we got raided by Coding Garden. It was pretty awesome. He was doing some stuff with Spring Academy. And yeah, this is seeming a little off because that number didn't really increment like it should have. But we'll see if this works. And again, remember, ooh, this is seeming way off. It's like it didn't even process. Hold on, let me do a hard refresh just to be sure. Because there should have been something showing right there. So here we are, we're testing this out. We got a raid from Coding Garden. It was pretty awesome. Yeah, thank you for that raid. He was doing stuff with Spring, and we ended up showing some of his chat, Spring Academy. So now it's processing, there we go. One of the issues we have that we need to eventually address is handling a non-zero status code from Whisper, which is what I think probably happened right there. And this will take another like 30 seconds or so, because very slow Mac Mini. It'll actually warn you if it takes longer than we expect it to. On this machine, it pretty much always warns us. We're using Whisper. Oh, like which model? Sorry, we're using the Tiny. The larger the model, or the size of the model, definitely like determines how accurate it is, but also how fast it is. So hey, so here we are, we're testing this out. We got a raid from Coding Garden. It was pretty awesome. Yeah, thank you for that raid. He was doing some stuff with Spring, and we ended up showing some of his chats, Spring Academy. So it's not perfect. If I used a better model, we might have had like perfect. We don't set a maximum, and I haven't really figured one out yet. If you run into an issue with it, let me know. The idea is that you don't want to end up doing your entire novel as one snippet, because the entire power of this is, well, what if I want to change the order of these things? Bang, right? Yeah, no worries. Thank you for the raid. The only people bothered by the tabs are you guys. I don't mind. So tab groups don't bother me. They're not necessary. I'm fine with what I got. The only people that seem to care are y'all. From this tab right here to the right is my working section, and the rest is the archive. Yeah, exactly, Ched. Chrome sleeps tabs. You don't need excessive amounts of RAM to have this many tabs, because all it's keeping in RAM, in active memory, is the icon, the title, and the URL. That's it. The rest is paged to disk or virtual memory. It's not a problem. Yes, in the past, every tab consumed RAM. I think it only tells you the RAM amount if it's in your active tabs. Or maybe not? Yeah, so some of these are working, others are not. Most browsers have put work into optimizing that. I have no idea about Safari. I have no idea about Firefox. Yeah, I don't know what it is either, Chet. I mean, Cornflake, I can just hover right there. Bam, memory usage 99 on the Mantine site, 99, 144 on a previous instance of this that we don't need. You know, like, it's easy. And hey, what up, Mantis? How you doing? But it doesn't always show it, right? We can hover some of these Reddit ones. And I think because they're slept, they're not doing anything. Nope, not Shift Escape. And hey, how's it going, Tim? Thank you for the lurk over on YouTube. Welcome. So yeah, for everyone joining in from the raid, the thing that we're working on right now is actually a proper 404 page, right? If you were to delete the book or the chapter or even maybe the snippet that we're on, we would want to show the user some type of feedback, right? Yeah, it might be a Mac thing versus Windows. That makes a lot of sense there, Drills. It might be something you have to turn on, or maybe I need to update. Let's do it. It's worth it. While we're waiting on that, we'll just chill. I was hoping to pop open a victory celebration bottle. There you go, Cornflake. Nice, nice. Good job, Ched. Well, I had an interview earlier this week, and I kind of figured there'd be something coming through from it. At least a denial, at the bare minimum. But, yeah, does seem like a week to follow up on references is quite a bit of time. So, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. But I do have some fancy bottles, which would be nice. I mean, I had really good vibes. It was like the final interview with the CEO kind of thing, so I made it that far at least. I think the manager for the team I'd be on really liked me. Yeah. I think the people I did the technical round with really liked me. Or the technical rounds, I should say. Yeah, I think so too. Just kind of like, I don't know, I thought it would be a little quicker. Yeah, the salary range was already, like, you know, established at the beginning. Because it's all public and they're a very, like, transparent company. Yeah, some fancier stuff. Let me go grab it real quick. I at least want to look at it. I already poured what we got for today. Alright, so we've got one that I know I really like, and it is really fancy. The Four Roses Small Batch Select. Well, I'm in the process with a couple other things, too. And I'd like to give the other things a bit of their time to, like, suss things out. Because I do think it'd be nice to pivot to dev advocacy or DevRel. And then, yeah, this is the other one. Ooh, Heaven Hill. So Heaven Hill's probably going to be the celebration one. I don't really care that much there, Emperor Lou. And yeah, sorry, Mantis. I have not tried Arc. I'm considering it, but I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Hello, friend. The company I interviewed with on Monday, that was like step number 6 or something like that. Maybe 5, but yeah, kind of crazy. There's a lot of people out there to hire, so a lot of companies are really trying to put in the effort to make sure they hire the right person. So I get it. Makes sense. But S.Pro and... Kine? What up, Kine? Are they big? What? Oh, you're saying just because of the amount of, like, things? I think it's more about being thorough. Yeah, right. Here's the thing, their entire process is actually documented. So I think it's more about transparency. I don't want to dox the company yet, though. And Raphael, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So, I mean, and they're not all coding, like, tech interviews. Some of them are chatting interviews. The process basically went initial call with HR, right? Just to, like, double check with, or recruiting or whatever, to double check that the salary range is right and some of that. Then after that, there was hiring manager, kind of like intro to the process call, just real quick. Then, yeah, the screening call. Then the third one was technical, like doing a coding thing with some people. And that one was really, really good. I like the process they did. It wasn't like a typical like reverse a linked list. It was more, here's a set of things we want to do. Here's what it should look like. Let's chat and discuss it. And it was more like pair programming where I was doing the driving. And then after that, they like iterated upon the requirements, which is how things always work. Like, hey, so we did it this way, but now what if we get X amount like more? Can we scale that kind of stuff, right? Yes, I did. Hello, friend. We did like a whole weekend of leak code. No, I asked them what they would do, right? They're very transparent, hello friend. You don't need Glassdoor if the company says and has documents about what their process is. Right, so then after the tech interview with like the pair programming session, then there was a walk someone through a library or project like interview, which was really cool. That one, I basically just showed off Vexilla, and that was fun. Oh, there was one I missed. There was another call in which I just talked with someone about, like, you know, just my experience. And I mentioned Vexilla and feature flagging and technical stuff. So yeah, like, I got to mention Vexilla in 2 of the interviews, basically, and I think that really helped out. And then after all that, there was basically one more interview with the CEO. Oh, technically there was one more hiring manager interview, but basically we had already kind of talked about the same stuff, which was cool. Because, like, you know, we went through and did, like, the technical and, like, job-related stuff in the one where he was more trying to, like, show me the process or whatever. So, yeah, I don't know. That is, like, 6 interviews. It's a lot. Like, whoa. Like, whoa. So there's something pretty sketchy about that, though, Drills Kibo, because you don't want to have any interview person doing work that you might actually use. Something that you've previously done is worthwhile. When I interviewed at Mixer, the coding task, like the main coding task they had me do was to implement, you know how like in your chat messages, when you do a kappa, it replaces it with the image, you know, in like the presentation of it, right? So certain words getting replaced with their emotes, doing that. So I had to write basically that. They typically do it with recursion, and I typically avoided recursion in most things, so I did it loop-based. But yeah, at Mixer, that was a really fun process. Like, you know, just sitting there, chatting, hanging out with the dude while building it out. I know I've told this story before, but basically, this is before I started streaming, and it's part of the reason I did start streaming, where I'm just sitting there, we're next to each other, kind of chatting, you know, we're hanging out, talking while I'm coding this thing out, which was fun. And then basically I go to run it, and a test failed. And I wasn't familiar, so I'm looking, he's like, and yeah, here it shows you the output and all that. And I was like, okay, yeah, cool. And then I fixed the one edge case I missed, and all of the tests passed, and he's like, wait, what? Because I was sitting there like chatting with him like I chat with y'all here on stream. So that was pretty good. I was really proud of that part. And that was before I even started streaming. Yeah, the CEO of Beam, when it was Beam, and then they got acquired and became Mixer. I don't know what his title was after the acquisition, but he basically said, like, yeah, you know, it'd be nice if you had more experience with streaming in general. And I was like, yeah, that's not a bad idea. So that was also part of why I started streaming. I always forget about that when people ask why I started streaming. Alright, so one of the most important things once you join a company is trying to learn as fast as possible their business domain and gather lots of business knowledge. Even if you are a senior with a lot of experience, maybe you don't know anything about the industry, any tips for this? Put in the effort. Try and schedule one-on-ones with various people in the company. Talk to product. Talk to marketing, right? Talk to people outside of your team. I don't think anyone would be bummed on that. And then, at the previous company, 3 to 4 rounds, more or less. HR, call with future boss, technical interview, business plan presentation. Yeah, it makes sense. Ooh, so, I mean, here's the thing, Drills Kibo. Once you get further and further into management, your expectation of coding is less and less. But they still want you familiar. Right? They want you to still be able to, like, jump down into the weeds when there's a fire. So, yeah, I would actually expect as you become more management-focused in your career, the coding exercises probably get easier. Which is crazy. There's like this like curve. Yeah, so that's the tricky thing though, Drills. Like mentorship is not always fixing the bug for them, right? It's more about exposing your thought process. That's one of the things that is most easily transferable to other people, right? So instead, you can still code, sure, but you're not expected to be like the expert. You're more expected to be able to help your devs poke and prod and understand the problem better, right? So even if you're mentoring the entire team, I would hope the expectation is not that you're like teaching them syntax. You're trying to teach them thought process. No, I get it, drills. That is less common. You're dealing with a company that maybe hires a lot of junior devs. Yeah. Do you work in an agency? Did you work at an agency? That's the same thing. Agency, consultancy, same thing. The only slight difference might be agency tries to keep things in-house, whereas consultancy might have embedded devs. Yeah. So I would say management at a product company would be way less personal coding. I'm not saying none, but yeah, you're expected to be more of like a force multiplier rather than filling in their gaps. And yeah, I've worked at a consultancy or an agency or whatever you want to call it before as well. It's actually kind of fun. Yeah, some of the most varied and different work that I've ever had, right? Just the different kinds of projects, the different frameworks I got to mess with, the amount of like greenfielding I got to do, which also means that I am, especially like because of streaming, I consider myself a really good starter of projects. I'm not sure if this is a common thought, but I believe wholeheartedly that there are people that are starters and finishers, right? The finishers need to actually get this thing over the finish line, right? And starters are typically very bad at that. Yeah, so, I mean, B. Campbell, I would say that technically I'm still talking about, like, the greenfield application, but when you've worked on a project for 3 months or so, right, like greenfielding it, building it out from scratch, it becomes harder to see where the end is, especially because of Agile and there basically never being an end, right? So having someone being able to come in and cut through what is actually essential and what isn't is extremely useful, and that's what I consider a closer. If you've been working on the project for 3 months, your scope of what the project should be is most likely out of whack with what the contract was signed for. Right, just due to scope creep, things like that. So fresh eyes from a closer who's, you know, good at that is pretty awesome. Like, you need those different types of people at agencies. Yeah, we got a raid from Coding Garden. He's awesome. He has a lot of really dedicated lurkers. And I think we've had like a really decent conversation that a lot of them are interested in. So, yeah. And yeah, we got to show off the product, but now we got to work on the thing we're doing now. Did anyone try out Orderly themselves? Right? You can totally do it. It's definitely not perfect yet. We got to work on some places where it causes like full page like spinners rather than just updating as it should. Things like that. Sometimes when you're typing, it doesn't update quick enough. Oh, yeah. No worries there, Drilled Skibo. Yeah, we don't have a command for it. Hello, friend. But yeah, the part we're working on right now, this 404 page, we've identified that we're getting to a 404 properly now, which is good. We're doing it here for Oh, we need to check for ready. That's right. Okay, so const. Yep. Yeah, it's purely client-side. It's all WASM. Yeah, exactly, hello friend. It's crazy. Yeah, 0 server running on GitHub pages. This is the future, right? If you've ever watched The Birth and Death of JavaScript, which is not as anti-JavaScript as you would think, Gary Bernhardt predicted this future that we're currently living in. It's pretty amazing. Right? He used a bunch of hyperbole to talk about it, but yeah, he saw where things were heading 10 years ago. In another 10 years, some of the things he joked about might actually be possible. So I would highly recommend watching this video. It is my favorite conference talk of all time. The only way to interact with WASM in the browser is JavaScript. No, so Fruit Shop, it's just a proof of concept for myself. There's another larger application I want to make for building out TV shows, right? For writing TV shows and multi-season, multi-episode arcs and some of that stuff. But the main gist is I'm not going to be working on that for a while. Again, hello friend, I think you didn't listen when I said it's not as anti-JavaScript as you think. But think about it this way, hello friend. If you're able to write code in any language you see fit, right? You can write this language in any language you see fit. If your interaction with the browser is just a bit of like glue JavaScript, you're not writing as much JavaScript as you would have in the past, right? So it is effectively killing a major portion of JavaScript code. Technically, WASM is going to have access to the DOM soon, at which point you don't need that much JavaScript. Yeah, right? So it actually decreases the amount of surface area that the JavaScript is touching. He has a joke in the talk that is, right? He's presenting this talk as if it's 2035 or whatever. And his joke is basically, all right, so anyone here at the conference, please raise your hand if you have used JavaScript in the past year. And you see a couple hands in front of the camera. You know for a fact that in 2014, almost every hand was raised. But he knows for a fact that the camera has a small portion of the view. So you see like 3 or 4 hands, and he's like, so for the benefit of everyone watching this online, there's a couple hundred people here, 3 or 4 people raised their hands, right? Not many people are writing JavaScript. Maybe your bank runs some JavaScript, but that's about it. Like he makes some jokes like that, comparing it to basically COBOL, which is funny. Yes, it does. So basically, you need a browser that supports WASM SIMD and WebGPU. Most support WebGPU, but not all support WASM SIMD yet, and Firefox can't load files larger than 256 meg. Jarrell, yeah, so the reason that we're able to make this work at all is because of COI Service Worker. GitHub Pages does not give you access to the headers, right? But cross-origin isolation is required for shared array buffer, which is one of the things that makes the WASM stuff work. And it's also required for... what was one other thing I was doing? I think the main thing is shared array buffer, but I think even like web GPU and a few of those other things are limited by you needing to provide these headers. In dev, Vite Server can do that. In GitHub Pages, you don't have access to headers, so you end up needing a service worker to intercept every request and add those headers, which is kind of gnarly, isn't it? But it's doable. So yeah, if you ever need to get shared array buffer access on GitHub Pages, this is it, right? In any place where you don't control the headers. Through a service worker, you can actually inject those headers, which is pretty cool. I think one big difference that maybe is being missed is WASM typically runs in web workers, not service workers. Service workers are a somewhat different thing. Service workers are the things that intercept requests and do all that stuff. Web workers are basically like a separate thread. So I'm not positive if web workers have the same like CORS restrictions or not. I don't know. Is an element. Thank you for that follow. Welcome. All right, any other quick questions? Otherwise, we got to get to hacking this out. So I want to refresh that. Yep, we didn't want to show 404 too early. Yeah, CORS isn't that hard. But yeah, really it's just about, does the service you're using support it yet? So that's why we couldn't use Backblaze for what we're doing here, right? Because this right here and fetching the models, that happens in a way that we can't fetch these files from somewhere that doesn't have them. Maybe we could have done it with a service worker, I don't remember. But yeah, for the most part, we needed to store our files somewhere that we could actually download them from the browser, right? With JavaScript. Which means we're using a service called Storage. Or Storage, I don't know. It's pretty good. I definitely want to send them an email. And hold on, did I look at this yet? No open positions. Yeah, I want to send them an email requesting like credits or whatever. Like just a bandwidth increase, because 25 gigs could get chewed up pretty quick when we do like a broader release. Here's something I want to do. We're going to end up reusing a bunch of this 404 logic. However, we could abstract it out, right? We're already definitely going to be doing it in 3 different places. So that is kind of like a rule of threes problem. For the most part, we would only need something passed into our wrapping component, right? Our 404 component. But we'd want to do the content for each 404 page slightly differently. There is most likely going to be some common UI elements, though. Yeah, I'm going to create a component for it. And no worries, Drills. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. Yeah, good conversations. Thanks for chatting. So yeah, we're going to create a wrapping 404 page component. We'll just say not found page wrapper. We need some props for it. We don't need children there because we can just make this extend that. So, props. Nope, never mind, that's not working yet. So this is gonna be has entity. That's a Boolean. Entity name. And then not found content. Yep. All right, so this is the part. Yeah. Oh God. What was it trying to autocomplete there? So I want to grab this. All right, so then back here, let's extract out these. There we go. Add all missing imports. I don't like that recommendation there. So this would be is 404. Oop. Yeah, all right. And we could use a ternary for this, but this section's going to get way bigger. And I think I want to put that above, and then this section goes here and gets like way, way bigger. What I do need at this point is I need some of y'all's help. Is there an icon that you would recommend from Tabler Icons for a 404? We could use error 404 the icon. That's a bit meh. Not found. Ooh, a grave icon? Is it in there? Ooh. Ooh, the mood stuff could be good. Yeah, like a shrug. So mood confused or mood puzzled, right? We see puzzled. Where's confused? Ooh, a skull icon? That could work. A milk carton? There you go. I kind of like mood puzzled. That one's not bad. Yeah, I'm okay with it. Oh, they knew I wanted a 100 in there too. Right, so this is missing some props still. Has entity, children we got, it's missing entity name and not found content. All right. All right, yes, we're getting there. No, we don't need that fragment there. We do want flex here to be align, center, and justify. Center? Direction column. All right, there we go. Yeah, it's not so bad. So let's do this next bit. We want this to actually be bigger. I almost wonder if the justify center is actually wrong, right? And maybe we just want to give it padding from the top. Yeah. Let's do it in REM. All right, and then let's bump that up to, let's say, 5? Yeah, I like that. I do actually want to give this some consistent spacing. We could have done flex or box. I don't think it matters. But I do want to give this a margin top. Cool. All right, so yeah, I like our not found page wrapper so far. For this, Something like that, something simple. Yeah, so we'll do something just as simple as that for now, and we'll think about the actual content for each one of these later. But now what we want to do is get this not found page wrapper active in chapter and snippet. Because, yeah, we can't click to a book yet, which I think is fine. Yeah, we do want to handle an edge case of the book being deleted too. Yeah, we'll have to test that more. But let's do this part real quick. And let's do it for snippet. Snippet is large. Hey, what's up, Tim? How you doing? Ooh. Doing well? Nice. Nice. Boom, and that adds it and we navigate to it. Hell yeah. Ooh, and now, right now, when we're deleting, we just go back to home. There's probably some logic there around like what we delete and when. And then where we redirect to. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I think we're pretty good with it. It's not perfect. Yeah. I almost want to call that good. This is where we run into something, though, right? Like, the chapter was not found. What if we have no books? We want to notify the user of not having a book, either. We can just double bag it. Yep, just double bag it. No big deal. Yeah, alright, so we're close. Let's just update the text. Alright, so here's something I want to do first, right? We need some stuff over here in the left saying no books found, and, you know, add one using the button above. This is Drama Sands. Yeah, something as simple as just that for now. I'm okay with that. So then we create a book. Just testing, sure. We don't need to worry about it. We create the book. Yeah, let me think about this a little more. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. You know what? Yeah, so this chapters thing is gonna go elsewhere. We don't care about the on move right now. The data gets passed in. We got some wonkiness there. All right, so if it's not a leaf node, that means it's definitely a book. We got our menu. That's definitely a row right there. Boom. All right. What's up, Dr. Drero? How you doing? Let's do this. Px equals let's say 3 REM on each side. Pretty well. I am doing pretty well. All right, so then we add a chapter. New chapter, boom. That one's weird. We have the concept of ready in this page, right? We do. So yeah, then this would be chapter's length and ready. And I know what I'm doing wrong. Yeah, so we're not updating our book ID? Yeah, we're not doing that. So what we need is that. But yeah, how are you doing? Like, you know, how's everyone out there doing? Ooh, you're doing 100 devs. Nice. I need to get my brother started on that. I forgot that they started their new cohort. Oh, cool. Was it from, like, Leon or someone recommending me, or... Yeah, I'm curious about that. Oh, cohort starts a bit later. Oh, I gotcha. You can get a head start on it, though. Yeah, I somehow remember hearing that he was planning on end of January. Came up in recommended channels. Nice. Thank you. Well, yeah, I'm really pumped on that. I want to get my brother involved. He's actually done some stuff using AI, etc., but I think he would benefit from some fundamentals. 100 devs is a learning thing. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I think you really do need the fundamentals. Oh, and they got an official site now too. Oh yeah, for sure. Yep. It's just more, you know, it's hard to convince a younger brother of anything. Oh, this is the agency site. Ah, so then the academy is this one. Ah. Yeah, he has much shorter hair in this photo. But yeah, I got to meet Leon at TwitchCon. It was really awesome. Yeah, got to have like breakfast or lunch or whatever with him. It was great. Yeah, super cool dude. I might not have current book ID created yet. Yeah, I don't. So we need that over in our state. I actually think I need all these getters up top. I'm not positive about that. We don't need to coerce those, and yeah, we should be good. Oh, and right. We're not converting that to a string yet. Parse int. So wait, chapter ID, snippet ID, why are we giving grief over that? Oop, that is not what I wanted. Ah, that's where we were doing that. Okay, cool. Okay, so... we gotta think a little bit about what we're doing here. And we can pour another one of these while we're waiting. While we're chilling. And yeah, how's everyone's Friday doing? What are y'all up to? Besides watching this awesomely entertaining stream. Playing No Man's Sky? Nice. Anyone here playing Pal World yet? Ooh, making some meatloaf and mashed potatoes? Nice. Yeah, my dinner tonight is probably going to be potatoes, onions, and summer sausage. Like cubed potatoes, diced onions, and then cubed summer sausage. All cooked up in one pan. Delicious. Playing Pal World, almost level 20? Nice. Yeah, I'm at like 34 or 35 on my solo playthrough, and I need to level up way more on the group server. Polish? No. Why do you ask that? Two-person factions? You guys are doing like PvP type stuff then? I'm guessing there's PvP? I don't know yet, actually. Most people just want to chill. Yep. Yeah, I want to look at doing a dedicated server. There's a mod kit already made for it. Boom, this right here. So yeah, anyone that wants to make mods, there you go. They have like a whole instruction set of how to install and update things and blah, blah, blah. It's pretty cool. It is somewhat involved, but yeah, pretty nifty. Yeah, I like the idea of the dedicated server and like all the config that you can do. Like being able to change the amount of bases and things like that. It's actually really good. So yeah, kind of want to just launch a dedicated server. That way we can all have our own base kind of stuff. You know, still share around and help each other grow and all that stuff and, you know, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, it'd be nice to have a space that's your own. That way you don't feel bad about building certain things or whatever. Yeah, I mean, Nexus Mods is removing all Pokemon mods, so that's fine. All right, let's look at what we got here. What do we need to fix? Oh, and you know what? That's why we had that up here. So we're gonna go raw on these. All right. What's up, Bob? How you doing? Okay, so let's take what we did over here a little bit. And over in chapter, we get to this part. So yeah, snippets, tree, no snippets found. All right, we need to bring in ready. Yeah, I think I wanted to do a little bit, because I don't think we care too much about mobile responsiveness. Ooh, but we do want to, like, break down the icons up here a little bit. Yeah, so we got some responsiveness stuff to do. For that one, I'm thinking... just make that a 1? It's not ideal. I think 20 just makes more sense. All right, where is that 0 coming from? I believe I am messing something up. But where? What element is that even in? Okay, so it's after the title row. So it's got to be in here. I know I did that for a reason, but I can't remember why. I think I was just trying to see, like, hey, what's the length of this thing? That's it. Yeah, it was snippets.length. Duh. Yep. All right. All right. So then, yeah, we add a snippet. That's happening up in the menu. Alright, so that part's not bad. When we create a new chapter, I think I also need to wrap it in a start transition. And it's when we create a chapter, so that's going to be in the modals. Alright, so let's try adding a new chapter here. Foo. Boom. Let's try creating a new book. Bar. Boom. Cool. Yeah, it's not so bad. I'd say we got our 404 logic done. We got styling fixes to maybe make, but yeah, I'm going to say that's good for the 404 logic. I think it's a fix. Show 404 content when book snippet, or book, chapter, and snippet, or snippet. We'll add the readme, just cause. Cool. All right, so we got our 404 logic out of the way. Let's get it merged in. So that's issue number 15. All right, let's double check the action as it goes. What if I mess something up? We do it all the time. Buffefe. That's a good hash, commit hash or whatever. I like that. Buffefe. That's like the Kafev meme or whatever, right? Oh. So it's over in Maine. Yeah, exactly. I feel like that should be it. Oh. Hold on, let's just do it on the main branch. Get reset. Nope. Quick little hot fix. Will it blend? What do we think? Are we good? Yeah, that's just blending it into production. Duh. Tomato, tomato. What the hell happened? Did they not mount that shelf very well? They didn't find a stud, did they? Oh, it failed weak. Oh, it's over in source main. So that wasn't even the error. Air brakes. Oh. Yeah, hold up. That was it. Let's just try and build it locally and see if they complain. All right, before trying to, you know, upload it. Oh, and this is not gonna work. So we got get books with chapters. We don't have get book with chapters. I actually think that's fine. All right, so it got past the TSC. Ooh, yeah, hold on. We gotta pick a different playlist. None of that seemed too far off, so I think we should be good. We can actually just amend. And there we go. That one should blend. So yeah, I definitely should have been building it locally. That would have saved me some effort. But it happens. Whatever. I'm actually like legit offended that they got the bags under my eyes so accurate. Yeah, I'm actually like really offended by that. I've always had these, man. No, I definitely went to sleep a little late last night. I need to get one of those like eye masks. I need to start buying cucumbers and slice them and put them on my eyeballs, right? Duh, problem solved. I wonder, is it just about like applying pressure, or does that make it worse? I think that made it worse. I'm getting some like Steve Buscemi eyes going. How'd the raid thing go? Yeah, sorry, I didn't even think about it yesterday. Meant to like shout people out and, you know, raid whoever was going. I just ended quick and forgot about it. Hell yeah, that's awesome, man. Yeah, good work organizing that. That was cool. Did you end up convincing a couple people that were on the fence and then they were kind of pumped? Yeah, the crashes are the tricky part. Yep. All right, so we got that pushed up. There you go. Nice. 120-ish at the after party. Nice. Where was the official after party? Was that your stream? Open set. I don't think I know open set. What do they do typically? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, my brother does synth stuff too. Nifty. Oh, he was over in science and technology. Gotcha. I'd say that would be another big thing people might push back on, pulling people out of the category. And I do it from time to time, so like, you know, I'm just letting you know, like, that might be another concern people have. No, it seems I already follow him, so yeah, not sure when that happened, but hell yeah. Wow, music has 12 viewers as a category right now. Yikes. Whoa. Oh, I didn't realize I had audio going. Yeah, let's fix that. There we go. Oh, really? I saw 12. So maybe that was just like, I don't know, something weird I saw. Yeah, 31.6K actually seems like more than what we typically get in this category. But yeah, I am just being honest. That would probably be like one of the biggest things I would even push back on, pulling people out of the category, especially for a raid train. Right? It doesn't really pay it forward to the people that established the audience that is on the raid chain, right? Sure. Yeah, it works. Maybe duct tape, but recognize that the majority of people don't go to those after parties. The majority of people don't care about the DJ. Look at actual attendance numbers for after parties for conferences. It's maybe 20% of like the entire attendance. Even for one as big as React Summit. No, tech people aren't big partiers. That's the big part of it. For Seattle JS, there was maybe 50 people there. Of a conference that had 400 attendees, you know? So yeah, there's definitely something to that. Exactly. Again, like, as a percentage, it's a very small fraction. Hey, what's up, Soy Pete? How you doing? What were you up to today? And welcome, Raiders. Would you like to check out the thing we're working on? Feel free, it should be live. Our last deploy worked just fine. Working on tests for your Meetup API scraper. Oh, cool. Yeah, so you're talking meetup.com, right? Yeah, meetup.com, I feel like is having some issues. You may consider, I don't know if they have an API, but guild.host is another really cool one, where their whole gist is instead of like paying for per event tickets via like Eventbrite or some BS, or even like through meetup.com, this is more about like membership. So for Toronto JavaScript, you would charge people a $5 a month membership that goes towards like hosting costs and venue costs and food and all that stuff. But it's pretty cool. Like, I'd recommend it. Some of these are bigger or smaller, but yeah, the person that makes it, really cool. So I'd say check out guild.host if you get a chance to. If they don't have an API, I might try and bug someone about that. I'm not noticing one right now. Yeah, actually, I should probably send a message about that at some point. But yeah, I don't know if you know the name Taz Singh, and I might be saying his last name wrong. He is the one that really puts this out, and it's pretty cool. I had a good interview today for like DevRel or Dev Advocacy for GitKraken, which would be actually kind of cool. It would be purely content creation instead of like presenting at meetups or conferences, which I think is interesting. But yeah, so the thing we're working on is a dictation app. So let's just say I want to insert a snippet between these things. This snippet is going to be called Soy Pete Raid. Oh, and yeah, we got actually a state issue with how that works. Gross. Yeah, so we got some issues with our typing reactivity. Yeah, new DevRel is all about content creation. I don't think TikTok is the main goal, but like YouTube and a bunch of those things are what we'd be focusing on. I still think conferences have value, especially if they are larger and they produce videos that live forever, right? Because that gets you some of that SEO and stuff like that. I think it's more about it depends on the company, right? Because TikTok, if your product is like purely enterprise and dev focused, TikTok is not the place for you, actually, in my opinion. I think conferences focus on companies that have budget for conference tickets to send their employees out to conferences, which is already selecting for the companies that have money to spend, right? And it's just like, it's a more focused audience, right? You could get 10,000 views, but if you're getting 10,000 views from people that aren't gonna buy your product, it's actually not that valuable. Ooh, so that's a big thing. Any blog post you're gonna do, you could have a YouTube video accompany it, and then you got both. You can cross-link them, and I think that's the magic. Adam Learns Live does the simultaneous blog post and video thing. I also do that because I actually don't watch tech videos that much. Which makes me a really awkward person to make tech videos. Because personally, I'd rather just scan a blog post because then I got the purple link. I can copy and paste. I can do everything I need. I can bookmark sections of a site if they're doing links properly for headers and stuff like that, right? So I truly prefer a blog post over a YouTube video. However, I recognize I might be in the minority for that. Maybe. I don't know, Duct Tape. I think the main goal is I try and make videos that I think I'd be willing to watch. But again, that's focusing on a minority of the market, not the majority of the market. So I think it depends, you know. Personally, I dislike tutorial videos. I like videos that give you an overall gist. They're basically like a conference presentation in video form. Right? 10 to 20 minutes. You give people the keywords they need to be productive. The only people that benefit from tutorials, and I say benefit lightly, are juniors, in my opinion. Seniors just want to scan for the thing they need. Yeah, that makes sense, sure. Yeah, I think that works, Soy Pete. I'm not a big fan of utilizing ChatGPT for that. ChatGPT really likes to like bullet point things rather than use prose. I think there's a happy medium between them. When I see a giant wall of text without any formatting, that's also a turnoff, depending on the author. I'll read Paul Graham's posts every time, right? And I'm not even like necessarily a huge fan, but his blog posts are amazing. Like he makes really good blog posts, right? Really like information dense. Usually very focused, and he explains his points very well. Even if you don't agree with him, his blog posts are great. So yeah, big fan of a blog post personally. No, I understand that, not liking the writing process. I wonder if you have a good writing process. And is it more like the act of typing things out that's the pain? Because if so, boy, have I got a tool for you. Present them. Right? There's software out there. You can do dictation. So Soy Pete, yeah, let me show you what we're working with here. We just got a raid from the awesome Soy Pete Tech Twitch stream, and it's pretty cool. Yeah, we're gonna see and show how well this dictation software works, because then all you gotta do, Soy Pete, is actually speak into it using the text that you would want people to read, not necessarily the transcript from a YouTube video. So we give that time. This is a really, really slow Mac Mini. So it's going to take easily, I want to say 45, 50, maybe even 60 seconds, which is not ideal, but let's check it out. All of this is happening in the browser using WASM. No server involved whatsoever. That is why it's so slow, and that is part of the magic of what we're doing. It's really cool, right? You own your data. Doesn't exfiltrate to any service or anything like that. It's just there on your machine. Well, we just got a raid from the awesome Soy Pete Tech Twitch stream, so it's not perfect. You'll have to do some editing, but it'll save you all that pesky typing. And it's pretty cool. Yeah, we're gonna see and show how well this dictation software works, because then all you gotta do, Soy Pete, is actually speak into it using the text that you would want people to read, not necessarily the transcript from a YouTube video. It's pretty solid, huh? Just they spelt your name wrong. That's all. Now I got some UX stuff to do. We gotta, improve this a bit. But it's pretty good. I did this specifically for myself because I don't want to have to type out an entire novel. I can type out a blog post. I don't want to type out hundreds of pages. And then figure out about like editing and dragging and reordering sections and chapters, etc. I can actually just drag this section we just had, right? Above. Ooh, that's one thing I want to fix. Our drag and drop is actually not start transitioned. But voila. It's pretty cool, right? All right, so give me a sec. I do have to use the restroom real quick. The part that we're working on right now is actually going to be the home page, right? That home page is pretty empty. There's definitely some more stuff I would think about adding to this that we haven't done yet. But we're getting really close to what I would consider an MVP. Right? Add content to the homepage, fix our typing issue, which I don't have in here yet, and that might be all I care about right now. Yeah, for sure, Bob. Yeah, I got this idea from an episode of Columbo. There's an episode of Columbo in which an author gets murdered by his, previous business partner. But at the beginning, he's sitting there speaking into a tape recorder. The tape recorder goes out to a typist service, and he gets back a manuscript of what he recorded into the tape, right? Because he didn't want to type the whole thing out. So it's pretty good. I got this idea from Columbo. I should have named it Columbo. Or the author's name. Ooh, that's a good idea. We can name it the author's name. Because Orderly's just a placeholder anyway. But yeah, I need to look up that author's name in that Columbo episode. So let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. I had to pour some water too. Okay, got my water. So yeah, what's everyone up to today? Anything fun? What do we think we should have? Yeah, what do we think we should have over in the homepage? Maybe the logo. Oh, we got that. Water time. What's up, Cinder? How you doing? What's Worm's schedule like today, and is he feeling any better? And real quick, so B-Ron, thank you for the follow. How you doing? And how's everyone over on YouTube? What you up to? Enjoying your Friday? I hope so. What issue number is this? 22. 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. Oof, yeah. So he's probably not gonna want a game tonight. Yikes. Yeah, that's a double, right? Or like a shift and a half, I guess. But man, that is a shift right there. That's a mid shift? Okay, so that's not even like the longest shift he's worked. Yikes. It's going well. How you doing, Snoods? SCA? Source code analysis? Okay, nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, I haven't done anything with Zig yet. Oh, and that's what I need to do as part of this. I need to make the orderly title link to the homepage. Tactics Arena Online. Yeah, never played it. For some reason, that should be inheriting the black color from above. All right, let me throw a lurk somewhere. Sure, Fred Kiss. All right, so nice, Cinder. Let me go look at Mantine real quick. And it's not the loader we care about. It's going to be styling stuff. All right, let's try this. Get Mantine theme. Needs to be done here in the app. But yeah, what did you upgrade? Oh, and I forgot to import something. Air brakes. All right, so yeah, for the homepage content, all right, so yeah, back to this part. I think PT equals, and what did we say? What? 5 REM? Interesting. So, yeah, that div is not going to the full width. Word. Nice. Yeah, we should consider creating a dedicated server at some point, because then we could even do stuff like increase the amount of bases we're allowed to have, so we could all even have our own and then like some communal ones. That'd be kind of cool. There's definitely mods to actually like upgrade the amount of like bases you can have, which is kind of cool. You can upgrade like the amount of time certain things take and the amount of like stuff things drop, so we wouldn't have to like grind as much. Something to consider. I think a really good fix would be somehow migrating characters via a mod, and I think that would be the hard part. Yeah, I think y'all would probably end up wanting to like migrate your characters so you don't have to re-level again. Which I think makes sense. So hold on, let me look at how we're doing this in chapter. So here in chapter, we end up doing width 100%, flex 100%. Oh, I know what I did. Shucks. Yeah, no, that's actually easier. Hold on. So we go to home. Direction column. There we go. So now we get that as I was expecting. Cool. All right, so welcome to Orderly. We want to get an image of our icon. Wait, what is that link? /orderly /logo.svg. Why is that not showing up? What did I do wrong here? Oh, it's orderly.svg. Got it. And what's up, Puzzleless? How you doing? Hey, all right, so then this 3 hundo. We'll let it autocomplete, sure. So yeah, welcome to Orderly. Oh, and I want that to be text. Orderly is your local first dictation-based writing tool. We need to bring in text. All right, some like BSE statement there. Maybe we give the logo a shadow. Yes, I'm familiar. It's why we even have this as a custom emote. So yeah, thank you. You're not the first person to say so. I'm really happy that you clarified with young. If you had said I looked like modern day Edward Furlong, you'd be banned. Like, for sure. And I'm being somewhat facetious. I'd give you a little bit of leeway on that one. yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. It's been given the wrong way before, where I had to clarify. Well, hold on. Which Edward Furlong are you talking about? I'll even take like middle-aged, not middle-aged, but like, you know, between now and then Edward Furlong in like, you know, brain scan. I'll take brain scan Edward Furlong. I'm okay with that one. Anyone out there that hasn't seen Brain Scan, it's a really good movie. It's like an indie horror film. It feels a lot like the movie Idle Hands, but it's got a different premise. And there's a bit in that film where like a character that I don't want to spoil shows a CD. He's like, never leave home without it. He puts it on and it plays Primus's Welcome to This World. It's really good. He starts dancing to it and stuff. But yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, Brain Scan's amazing. It's actually really well done. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. How'd you find the channel, if you don't mind my asking? Okay. Yeah, you find any other good ones lately? If you're looking for any recommendations, I'm happy to throw out some comments for you, like, you know, certain streams. Any specific, like, programming languages or content you're looking for? Sure, yeah, no worries. If you figure out the stuff you're looking for, I consider myself familiar with most of the streamers in the category. Pseudocoding and Java right now. Yeah, you're not going to find too much Java. That's actually pretty rare. Coding Garden was doing some Java earlier today, though. Yeah, 1 second. Let me shout him out. He was doing some Spring and Java. He raided earlier, too, so I owe him. There you go. It's not his, like, regularly scheduled content, though. I can't think of any, like, everyday Java streamers. Or not, like, every day, but, like, every day they stream. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, Coding Garden's great. Check out his YouTube channel, too. If you're in the Denver area, he either runs or helps run the Denver JS meetup as well. I don't know where you're from, just figured I'd let you know. Anyone else out there that's from Denver, just figured I'd let you know. Ah, you're in Florida. Okay, yeah, no worries. Ooh, I'm trying to remember. We know a couple streamers like the Alt F4 stream and Atoda, who was a big part of the Alt F4 stream for a while. I think they've, pivoted a little bit for the time being. They're both from Florida. I feel like they're closer to like the Tampa area. I don't know the layout of Florida that much. But Alt F4 stream, like Black Glass is the main part of it. He lives in like California now. But yeah, still like, they got their Florida roots. I think DaxRad, THXDR, or whatever his handle is, he's in like, I think the Miami area? But as another quick point, when I lived in Florida, I was super young. We're talking like before elementary school, like I think even before kindergarten. We lived in the Jacksonville area. Not necessarily Jacksonville itself, probably a suburb. So yeah, this is 30 years ago. I live in Washington State. I do think I might be the snowbringer. When we lived in Florida, it snowed. It's rare, but it snowed. When we were leaving Texas, it snowed. I believe I am the snowbringer. For some reason, I can't make it happen here in Washington, though. Yeah, that's probably exactly when it happened. Yep. Damn, the fact that you know the year is kind of crazy. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Really? Yeah. Well, I'm sorry I haven't been back there since. My bad. All I gotta do is visit again and you'll totally get snow. Yeah, the fact that you backed that up, that's amazing to me, because I remember it. And as a kid, I still remember my parents being like, yeah, this is weird. Like, yeah, that's kind of crazy. I know, right? No, I think climate change is winning, because I can't seem to make it snow here in town in Seattle. been happening less and less. I guess I'm getting older, so my power is waning. Is that it? Ooh, I think that's it. As I age, my snow-bringing power is, like, getting weaker. Maybe that's part of climate change. Oh my god! Climate change is weakening my power as well. Shit. That's why I got the bags under my eyes. Now we know. Exactly. Yeah. The whole general mishmash. Ooh, who here knows the reference? When I mention the whole general mishmash, who knows the reference? Without Googling it, don't cheat. I believe Hitchhiker's Guide calls it the fundamental interconnectedness of things. That gives you a little hint. The whole general mishmash is basically the Dirk Gently version of the fundamental interconnectedness of things. So yeah, it's from the Dirk Gently books. I wouldn't expect you to read it unless you've read actual Douglas Adams before. I am a huge Douglas Adams fan. Right, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and the Dirk Gently books. Awesome. Like, so well written. So good. It's not ideal, but I'd be fine with it. We only get that maybe, like, a week per year, though. I'd prefer it to be, like, 20 to 25 in Seattle, which would put it around, like, 10 to 15 up at the mountain. As long as we're getting precipitation. In fact, I'd take 35 to 40 here in Seattle if it meant we were getting like 20 to 25 up at the mountain. I'd totally take that. 20 degrees is actually perfect snowboarding temperature. Because it's not like the super warm stuff that's sticky, but it's not like the super cold stuff that doesn't stack up. Yeah, like 20 degrees is the perfect snow temperature. Now, keep in mind, 10 degrees is actually superhero snow. If you get like a really good dump of like 10 degree snow on top of like a previous storm's 20 to 30 degree snow, it's Superman conditions, right? Because like the base solidifies and then you get this like layer that you're gonna like jump into and it softens everything in an amazing way, but it doesn't like, you don't like dip into it from the impact. So you get to like hover on the top. So you can basically land off of everything and not have to worry about like, oh, am I leaning back far enough? Oh, if I'm not, I'm gonna go end over end. So yeah, there's like some very interesting properties of what makes superhero conditions where you can send any cliff face and expect to be able to ride away. Those are actually pretty rare in Washington, but they're so nice when you get them. Whereas like Utah and Colorado get those conditions all the time. Yeah, if anyone wants to see like, you know, a quick like powder riding clip of myself, I recorded that just like a week or two ago. That's over on my like, you know, third channel on YouTube, Griffing and Chill. Some pretty fun shredding though. Yeah, it was a good day. It's hard to move away from the mountain that I know, like the back of my hand, because I'd have to go someplace where I don't know the terrain that well. And that gets tricky. That gets real tricky. Yeah, for sure. I like how you did the derp. What is, like, when you say derp, what is that a reference to? I'm curious. Because I have a very specific reference when I say derp. I'm curious if everyone else got it from the same place or if it's just that common. I had never heard it before I heard it in a specific film. Yeah, I feel like most people got it from the internet without actually knowing, like, the origin. I had never heard it used by anyone in public in any major way until basketball. Ooh, Team America might have done it too. It's actually a South Park reference, right? Yeah, the South Park guys use dirt. But basketball is the first time I remember them using it. I don't remember seeing it in South Park before that, at least. So yeah, there's a scene in basketball where, like, you know, someone does something, he's like, derp. Like, I don't know, like, it's super weird and random. But I'm almost wondering if that's the genesis of that term. In the way that the modern internet uses it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't have any evidence other than me not ever hearing anybody use that term or seeing it online in any chats or anything, right? Because I've been on the internet since AOL days, right? I have never seen a reference to derp until basketball. And then basketball, I'm pretty sure, just popularized it. There was a South Park character, Mr. Derp. That might be it. I don't remember that character, so I might not have seen that episode. Oh, Mr. Derp. He was, hey guys! Like, he had that weird voice or whatever. He looked weird, like a duck, like a tall duck. Is that the Mr. Derp? I might remember that now. I think it's 12 or 13 more times, but I know you, Goatmeal, for sure. Oh, hey, this couch is totally cool. Does that fold out to a bed? Oh, yeah, totally sweet bed, but that's Jenkins' bed. And they're talking about the dog. Your bed's over here. Dude, how am I supposed to get a chick in that? Oh, don't worry, dude. You couldn't get a chick if you had a $100 bill hanging out of your zipper. Yeah, I could. No, dude. Nah, you're a little bitch. I am not. I swear, you guys rip on me. It is 13 or 14. You're right. I had to do the whole line. You guys rip on me 13 or 14 more times, I'm out of here. Yeah, I've seen Orgasmo. Goatmeal, have you ever seen Cannibal the Musical? It's on Tubi TV right now. Here's the best part. So, Goatmeal. You know at the end of the South Park episodes when they show the airplane and it says Braniff and there's that, like, sound? There's like bam, 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 bam. That's actually the melody from a song in Cannibal the Musical. The song is, the sky is blue and all the leaves are green. My heart's as full as a baked potato. I think you know precisely what I mean when I say it's a spadoinkle day. We don't know what you mean. Like, yeah, for sure, not at all. Nobody knows what you mean. Yeah. So I love the fact that they make references to all their stuff in everything they do. It's really good. If you've seen Orgasmo, there's a character in Cannibal the Musical played by the sushi chef. He plays an Indian. And they're riffing on the fact that in most, like, Hollywood films up until a certain point, Indians were actually played by Mexicans. Or Filipinos. Right? Like, Lou Diamond Phillips. That dude's Filipino. He's not even Mexican. He's not even, like, Latin, really. Like, Filipinos are, like, partial, but you know what I mean, right? So they were riffing on that. The sushi chef from Orgasmo is like the chief of the Indian tribe. He's on a horse. He's like, what? You no think we are Indian? We have teepee. Like, it's super good. It's super good. What? You no think we are Indian? Like, in his, like, Japanese American accent, you know? It's really good. It's really good. And hey, yeah, no worries, Gerald. Yeah, not that I was saying there's anything wrong with that, but for Lou Diamond Phillips to play La Bamba, I forget the singer's name, that ain't right. That is really not right. You know? It works, but I don't know. He does, like, so Filipino, right? Most of Filipino culture is based upon, like, Spanish colonialism, right? And not culture, but, like, heritage. So there's a lot of Spanish in Filipino culture, right? In just, like, genetics, etc., due to Spanish colonialism. So it does kind of work. Wait, what do you mean, Sergeant Pepper? Are you saying it doesn't really work? I get it. If you disagree that it worked, I totally understand. I can see it both ways. It's closer than Fisher Stevens playing Ben in Short Circuit, okay? It's closer than that, at least. Anyone who doesn't know, you ever seen the movie Short Circuit? You know the character that plays Ben? That's the same actor that plays the Plague in the movie Hackers. That is Fisher Stevens, and he is not Indian. In any shape, way, or form. He's a Jewish dude. He is very Caucasian. Yeah, his portrayal of an Indian person is actually kind of offensive. Like, it's really bad. I feel like he does the accent slightly, like, fairly well. I'm not gonna say it's accurate, but I feel like he probably put in some effort hanging out with Indian people to, like, try and get the accent, rather than just doing like a Ben Affleck British accent for Shakespeare in Love kind of thing. Hello, hey, nailed it. All right, let's go. You nailed it there, Goat Meal. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Short Circuit would be unwatchable if it weren't for Johnny Five and how humanizing he was. Right? They actually made you feel things for the robot. It's pretty good. Yeah, exactly. Hey there, Scuzz Bucket. Like, he's got so many good lines. Right? No disassemble. It's also why I could never date someone named Stephanie, because the absolute moment we get in a fight, I'd end up yelling, Stephanie! Right? For sure. Hey, laser lips, your mama was a snowblower. Like, exactly, dude. Get lost in a crowd? Stephanie! Like, just yell it out. They'd get tired of it. I'd never get tired of it. So I could probably never date someone named Stephanie. Yeah, exactly. For sure, exactly, Vespero. Yep. Yeah, it just wouldn't work out. We'd try, we'd go to therapy about it. In therapy, I'd say it too. Yeah, exactly. Dude, yeah, Kinslayer. Short Circuit is a fantastic movie that has, like, one just really culturally inappropriate segment. That's all. I'm on the fence about that. I think a remake would be tough. You'd have to have a really, really good, like, writer and director. And even, like, special effects department. The magical part about it is that it was all practical. There wasn't any CGI besides the lasers, you know? If you were to remake it with a bunch of CGI, it'd be like this prequel to The Thing. Just, ugh, gross. Ugh. So yeah, they'd have to go full practical effects in my opinion. Here's the question though, who would be your Steve Guttenberg in a Short Circuit remake? Who do you think could actually do it? I think Seth Rogen could nail it. Right? The part where he's trying to tell a joke and get the robot to laugh? I think Seth Rogen would really kill it in that scene. I'd say Dev Patel would be really good as Ben, right? Just like no stereotypes about him. He's just a dude talking with his British accent. He doesn't say, oh my goodness gracious. I feel like he'd have to say it at least once, but it'd have to be like a joke. Like he's reading someone, like the robot say, oh my goodness gracious. And it's just after Johnny Five, like, reads the dictionary. Aziz would actually be pretty good too. I can't picture Aziz as actually nerdy or technically savvy. I'm sorry, I can't do it. He's Tom from Parks and Rec to me, who seems absolutely unfamiliar with anything computer related. Which is why I think that was a perfect role, because it kind of like, you know, allowed them to shirk some of the common stereotypes. Ooh, I would be bummed if they remade Harry and the Hendersons. I was just telling someone about Harry and the Hendersons at Seattle JS like a couple weeks ago. They had never seen it, and they didn't realize that Last Chance Espresso on the way to Stevens Pass was actually the exact location they filmed the, where Don Amici's character is operating, like, the museum, right? The Bigfoot Museum. That's actually the exact same location as Last Chance Espresso on the way to Stevens Pass. They filmed that there, literally. Because it has this amazing view of the mountains that used to be better, but the trees have grown more. Yeah, I pass by that every time I go snowboarding. It's really cool. It's also a speed trap. There's typically a cop waiting right there for people to speed around that corner out of Index. And he can sit there and just grab coffee whenever he wants. Like, it's a perfect cop spot. So be careful. Don't go speeding in too many places on the way up to Stevens Pass. Dude, the facial, like, stuff they did in Harry and the Hendersons is amazing. They, like, his face is more expressive than people I've met. I'm not even kidding. Right? His face is so expressive and real and just, oh my God, yeah. Right? His face is more realistic than actual people I've met in real life. You want to know something even better about it? I'm not 100%, I'd have to look this up. The actor that was in the suit in Harry and the Hendersons is also the actor that was in the suit in Predator. Kevin Michael Hall or something like that. Or Kevin something Hall. Peter something Hall? I don't remember. I forget the guy's name. Exactly, like he had to like communicate with his face because he doesn't have speaking lines. And that's actually what makes it, you know? Yeah, like really well done. I love that movie, Harry and the Hendersons. If you haven't seen it yet, you got homework. Yeah, old school John Lithgow. Oh man, like the Manhattan Project. Old school John Lithgow. So good. You know he's gonna yell at some point. Because that's what he's good at. And I'll blow us all to hell! Like he just does that yell, you know? Like, yeah, I can't do it. But yeah, like, classic John Lithgow. Been balding since he was 15, probably. I can relate. I don't remember him from Orange County. Is he the dad of the family? Oh, no. I mean, he nailed it in Dexter, but he was really like the signal of the end for Dexter. He was really like the part of the downfall of Dexter, in my opinion. That was when like the writers just really blew it. And writer's strike might have had a part, but dude, he did his best with the terrible script he was given. But I really liked Dexter, and the fact that they ruined Dexter basically around his time, but really like Tom Hanks' son season is the one that killed it. It was so bad, so disappointing. Like, oh my god, just the worst. Yeah, I will basically never give Tom Hanks' son a chance because of that movie. Colin Hanks, no. You are never forgiven for that season of Dexter. Orange County is only passable because he hadn't done Dexter yet. I know, that's what I'm saying. Orange County is only passable because he hadn't done Dexter yet. If I go back and rewatch Orange County now, I would probably hate it. But I haven't seen it since watching that season of Dexter. Jack Black might save it, okay? Yeah, I actually hated that character too, but it was the people around him. It's like Ferris Bueller. Ferris Bueller is also insufferable. The characters around him actually humanize him. So when you recognize it, Ferris Bueller isn't actually a true character, right? A true main character in that sense. He's a foil for other characters to grow. Did Ferris Bueller actually learn anything in the entire film? Hell no. He's the same person he was at the beginning as he was at the end. Now, Ferris Bueller didn't learn shit, but the characters around him grew and learned and became better people, even the principal. So, yeah, he's a catalyst, right? He's a foil for everyone around him. The only character growth in the entire film are people orbiting Ferris Bueller. Even the parents, you know? Nobody doesn't grow when they're involved with Ferris Bueller, but Ferris Bueller himself does not grow, which means he's not actually the main character, right? In most films, the main character needs to experience some kind of growth. Instead, the main character is Cameron. You might not realize that. The main character of Ferris Bueller's Day Off is actually Cameron. Sorry. I know, I go off on tangents because I love film. I really, truly love film. If I thought it was a viable career, I would have been a screenwriter ages ago. It's why I have an idea for a tool for screenwriting, personally, right? Orderly is a proof of concept for my eventual screenwriting tool. This right here has no concept of multi-episode, multi-season arcs, right? I'd love to write a TV show that incorporates and understands that and lets you actually have like conversations that are part of an arc that need to be spaced out so that you can have this multi-episode arc that absolutely resolves and you're not stuck in some rut trying to figure out how to finish it. Because you've already created the arc itself and you have these snippets and nodes that you just drag and drop into place to fill out your 22-minute runtime, right? Alan Ruck is in Succession. I haven't watched Succession. I'm a huge fan of the police chief from Super Troopers, right? I'm forgetting, Brian Cox. And I believe he is in Succession as well. Brian Cox, he might be the best actor of our time. You can listen to that dude talk for days and not realize he's Scottish. He's that good. He's that much of a chameleon. Is there no shadow? See, I was looking for just a little bit of like Tailwind style, like styling. But yeah, there's no way to add like a drop shadow to our logo. Are we gonna call that good enough for a homepage? What do y'all think? Should we improve that homepage a bit? Yeah, I think it looks okay to me. I'm gonna call it good, and we can always improve it later. Nope. All right, let's just merge it. We'll call it good. We'll throw up the action. What do y'all think? Do you think it'll work? Will it blend? I don't know. I'm gonna have to use the restroom, and we'll find out when I get back. If it hasn't failed by the time I get back, I think we're good. Okay, hey, it all succeeded, no big deal. So yeah, that's deployed out there, man. We only got a little bit left I really, truly need to work on. I'm gonna create a new issue for it. Make typing into text fields feel better. Right? That's our current, like, that's the most important issue at this point. I think y'all saw how bad it got when I was trying to type stuff out into it earlier. So we got these 4 things. I think properly handle non-zero status code from Whisper. That's like, we're doing an alert, so we're actually notifying people. That's fine. Handle a case where remote models have hit their quota. That one's actually hard to test, because I don't know what they're going to respond with as a status code yet. What we need to do is hit our quota, and then work around it. The dark mode, Alavo wanted to tackle that. Ooh, and hold on. Microphone, hey-oh, check. All right, we're not peaking. I don't know how I peaked a second ago. I think maybe, I don't know, something happened. But Alavo wanted to do the dark mode thing. I consider that a stretch goal. So realistically, this is the last thing before I'm willing to, like, release this out to people. Technically, no, I should probably work on getting some kind of sponsorship deal with storage, which I think would be completely acceptable. Hold on, let's do one more issue, and the newest issue here would be mobile responsiveness within reason. Boom, right? So there's definitely some things we could do there. If there are any of these things that you want to help fix, please shout it out. I'm more than willing to have people work on this stuff. Alavo, if you're out there, don't feel bad if you're out of your element and you don't think you can do it. I'd prefer you to just say that. That's fine. Right? You mentioned this is basically your first node project, so there's a lot of like learning hurdles that you're probably going through first before you can even get to doing the thing you wanted. I get it. I think dark mode is a great idea, but there's stuff to do to fix it and make it happen. And I think that would be worth it. Let me just double check a few things. All right, nothing on the tweeter, nothing on some other stuff. Cool. Ooh, text field input is, I think, the exact thing we want to do right now. Yeah, so let me pivot over and switch to the branch. All right, so let's pour another one of these, and yeah, we're at the weekend. Pacing is out the window. Yeah, so this isn't soda, this is lemonade with a slight enhancement. Ever so slightly enhanced. Yeah, there we go. JGT. Ooh. I like the way you spelled that out. And, like, you know, because it's really hard to lock down a name that's only 3 characters on any platform. I really like the way you did that. Yeah, how you doing? You willing to share, like, what the JGT stands for, or does that dox you a bit? Don't do it if it doxes you. I'm gonna guess maybe it's your initials, so it does dox you. So yeah, never mind. No worries. This is such a... oh my god. This is such a year 2000 statement. Does it stand for Jonathan Gaylor Thomas? Question. It's not a statement, it's a question, but you know what I mean. That is such an old school term. Oh my god, right? I just aged myself with that right there, didn't I? If anyone doesn't know, Jonathan Taylor Thomas was the dude on Home Improvement and some other things, right? Yeah, totally. And, yeah, like, people would call him JTT. So, yeah, I'm a bit older. If you get that joke, you should probably go to the doctor sometime soon. Just for a checkup. Just saying, if you understand the JTT reference, you might need to schedule, like, a prostate exam. I know, I still need to do one too, but just saying. That was Home Improvement. The name of the show was literally Home Improvement. Yeah, I said that already, man. Come on, keep up. I'm kidding. I'm having fun. You're showing your age. You can't even keep up. Right? Hold on. We'll speak slower. Right? I know. For your age, I'm talking a little fast. We can slow it down. I'm old too, man. I'm almost 40. Turns on closed captioning. That is the true sign of an old. Like, oh man. A wild old appears. Yeah, exactly. All right, so the thing we're working on, it's actually going to be the mobile responsiveness, issue number 27. Wait, did I actually pick the right issue? Nope, not yet. Wait, did I pull in the latest? Hold on. Issue 27 is so much better than movie 43. Right? You could watch issue 27 for days. Movie 43, you'd stop watching halfway through. Shit, hold on, I did the wrong one. Oh no, I don't want to do 27. Yeah, number 26. That's the one we're looking for. All right, so let's actually demonstrate the typing issue, making it feel better, etc. What we're doing technically is we're doing a controlled input, and that controlled input actually has moments where it just doesn't feel right. So yeah, I know that seems a little fuzzy to describe it that way without showing you what I mean. So, what do I mean about this whole thing? That wasn't bad. Well, how about now? Does this work right? Like, see how it's not updating as fast as I type and it takes a second, you know? The main reason is that we are doing a controlled input that is still syncing with data from outside. I think it should be an uncontrolled input just because all of our data lives within the browser. So it's super like, it's really easy when you're local first to make all of your data sync pretend that syncing to the data store is instant, but it isn't. Right? Writing to local storage or IndexedDB or OPFS or SQLite via OPFS, any of that stuff does incur an overhead. And if you type fast enough, you're going to see issues, right? Now, I typed slow enough that we didn't actually see the problem. But instead, yeah, I know there is a problem. Yeah, we need to actually, like, debounce when we send the data to the server. No, I'm sorry, JGT, you have been led astray by propaganda of people that actually don't know anything. Right? The readability of Comic Sans is actually massive. You've been misled by people that really don't care about readability. They care about aesthetics. Aesthetics are bullshit. Aesthetics are bullshit when they eschew readability. Who cares about monospace in your text editor? You should not care about monospace in your text editor. Who cares? Who gives a shit? Like, right now, is there anything you actually care about when looking at this that matters? Why is the monospacing important? What would you benefit from having this be monospaced? What is the gain? What is missed using this font for your text editor? I fundamentally disagree. I think you're letting aesthetics interfere with readability. I think you have been conditioned against it for some reason. I'm sorry. Statistically, people with dyslexia can read this better than most coding fonts. I would need you to actually say how it is harder to read. Why is monospacing important for that? You know you don't read every character, right? Nobody, when reading, reads every character. You look at the first and last, and then, like, the jumble of letters in between. That is how scanning works, in general. Really? Yeah, for aligning curly braces or any of that stuff, BS, right? With a modern editor, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just saying, I would really, really, really consider how that is less readable to you. Maybe you're right? No one can tell you what feels bad and what doesn't feel good. I'm just saying, like, you may be a bit biased due to things outside of actual experience. And that's fine, JGT. I still think it is somewhat skewed. The double bracket I could see being a little harder to read because it's technically a ligature. Right? So some of these get a little weird. I could see that. Especially when they're different colors. So I can understand that one too, sure. I truly wonder how often people complain about the font and the lack of monospacing when realistically they can actually read it fine because you're not supposed to look at every character individually. Can you scan what you're seeing? And I really do think you can with just the bare minimum amount of exposure. All right, 1 REM versus 2 REM is really scannable to me. Again, we all have subjective experiences, so I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just simply pointing out that most people I've met with any type of, like, reading disability have not said that. Maybe I'm used to it? Sure. I would say being used to monospacing is actually a crutch. Right? Monospacing versus non-monospaced. Sure, I get it. But again, most of this is pattern recognition and not reading every character individually. Right? If you've ever read a novel, you can read that novel, right? It's not because you're looking at every letter in the novel, it's because you're scanning the novel, recognizing the pattern for the words you see, and moving on. I believe pattern recognition for that stays the same. But again, I don't know. We all have different experiences. If you can't read it, sure. I would say it sounds like a bit of hyperbole. There are also articles saying it's counter to truth, right? When it comes to dyslexia, that is where people tend to disagree. I've had plenty of people here on stream at least say they can totally read that, even with their dyslexia, etc. I don't think monospacing matters at all. The only time it matters is in your editor, right? In your terminal. Right, so I would say that's more of like a habit thing rather than actually a font thing, right? So monospacing versus non-monospacing. If you prefer more space, you can actually add kerning as much as you want, right? You can space these things out more if space is the reason. Is monospacing actually the thing, or is it just simply the kerning that you care about? And I'd be really curious about that. If you just simply took a font like this and added kerning, would you be fine? Hey, what's up, Chrono? Mr. Sir. You're doing okay? Nice. Yeah, so we got a thing. Ooh, I already uncovered some like UI things about this that I need to fix that I'll probably do in this PR that I'm gonna make eventually. Oh, and no, that link won't work for you. Sorry, my bad. Hold on. Yeah, maybe Mesmero. Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. Linked list leak Cody problem for stream. Oh, you mean the bane of my existence? Yeah, exactly, dude. Yep. I'm really happy none of the jobs I've interviewed for recently did any linked list stuff. It's amazing. Doing interview prep. No, I get that. Yeah. We did interview prep for a bit. I practiced reversing a linked list. I still couldn't do it like very quickly right now. I'd struggle still. Luckily, the tech parts of the previous interviews actually focused on like problem solving and iterating upon criteria. And that was actually really good. So I had to do like a histogram. That part was easy. Reversing a linked list. Yeah, that's an extremely common problem. I interviewed for a company last year that had that as one of their things for the final interview, and I failed it. But Jesus fucking Christ, like really? How often have your front-end devs needed to reverse a linked list? Never. I'm going to tell you that right now. No front-end dev has ever needed to reverse a linked list on the job. It doesn't happen. It does not happen. Statistically. Sure, it's happened. There's an edge case. But statistically, is it greater than 1%? Hell no. I don't want to stand on my head. Hat Knight. I got a bad shoulder, man. I'm not standing on my head. Nah. Definitely not. Yeah, exactly, Goatmeal. The only people that end up doing, like, reversing a linked list on the job are like framework authors. Treats reversal is actually important, right? Visitor pattern. But there's libraries for the visitor pattern, you know? But yes, if you're making a framework like Preact or something, well then, yeah, sure, you might deal with a linked list. React and Preact and a whole bunch of these things, sure, they use linked lists under the hood for things. That is not the common case for dev. Ooh, I want to disagree for that one, Bob. Ooh, I will absolutely disagree on that one. The percentage of snowboarders and time they spend snowboarding, you should absolutely be aware of avalanche conditions, right? Slough slides, faces that get sun all day long. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I disagree with that one, Bob. Nah. Your knowledge of avalanches and avalanche conditions will actually save your life. Your knowledge of linked lists will not. No worries, Chrono. Yeah, thank you for the raid. Yeah, enjoy. I'll see you soon. If you want to fiddle with Orderly, I highly recommend you check it out. We just did a bunch of work on it. We got more stuff to do, but it's a dictation-based tool that I think a lot of people would benefit from checking out. Just simply for the open source aspect of looking at what the code does. But yeah, I do want to just say goat meal real quick. I know people who've died in avalanches. I don't know that many people that have actually needed to reverse a linked list. But keep in mind, as a snowboarder goes, I'm at the 1% of snowboarders already anyway. So yeah, I get that, right? It's a subset of a subset. So I get it. I get it. If you get to any high level of snowboarding, you know people that have dealt with or possibly passed away because of avalanches. It's actually really common at that point. When you get to that percentage of developers out there, I don't think it's as common for people to need linked lists on the job. I don't think that's a fair comparison. But again, I'm biased, so I don't know. Sorry, scratching my ear. Woo! You shouldn't get that error. You should be able to hard refresh and not see that. Really, Quicksilver? I thought we fixed that bug. I could have sworn we fixed that bug because we were using ready where we needed it, but yeah, I can't reproduce that one. If you do a refresh, is it gone? I think that's the hard part, because it goes away real quick. Yours is no such table books inside of a worker. Yeah, it doesn't give me any, like, hint of where that came from. Hold on, let me go look at our state here. Yeah, all of these seem guarded. I'm not sure how you got that error anymore. Quicksilver, have you tried to load the page before? Right, like previous days or anything? Or is this the first time you tried to load it? Anyone else running into that issue? Has anyone else seen like a SQLite error, right, in the application? First time? Okay, yeah, I don't know. I can't think of any place that would be getting us. But I must have missed something. I just don't know where yet. And it's a hard one to reproduce, obviously, right? But okay, yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm trying to figure out how. So anyone else, when trying to load this page, do you get any error at all? You mean the restaurant with all the goofy stuff on the walls? Oh, Hat Knight, you got the error too. Really? There are no books? The books should have scaffolded. You should have gotten one. Yeah, it should have scaffolded a book for you. Yeah, thanks, Hat Knight. Yeah, I appreciate you. How was Adam's stream? I lurked him for a bit earlier. Any idea on what the theme for his code jam is going to be? I've spent too much time on Orderly, so I don't know if I'll have time if he does it next week. Or like, a week from now. If he did it end of the month, I'd have time, maybe. But yeah, there's no way I'd be able to work on it. Like, I need to focus back on, like, the main project. This proof of concept has gone on a little longer than I planned. Yeah, no such table books. All right, same one that Quicksilver had. And after a refresh, you're good, right? I don't know what that bug fix would be. That one seems tough. All right, so Edge and Firefox are good. No, it's definitely a first-time visitor issue. I don't think it's browser-based. No, it's definitely like first-time visitor, which makes it really hard to like troubleshoot. If you were to go to the console and do a reset DB function, right? Yeah, I can't reproduce it. Yeah, I find that especially weird. Yeah, thank you, Ro Rustin. I appreciate that. That's what I just did. When you go here to console and do reset DB, that actually deletes everything that we have. And then an Apple Shift R will actually do your cache. Yeah, reset DB goes in and deletes pretty much everything. So yeah, I don't know. The fact that you hit that error, kind of a problem. But I don't know how, because we have everything looking for ready. Oh, it's fine, Hat Knight. I saw it. I knew where you posted it. You're good. Is there anybody else that can reproduce the bug we got with the URL? Yeah, I got no idea. Ooh, error in migration. Oh. Oh. Okay, hold on. I think I might have found it. Yeah, so over in my Windows machine, I saw an error that is not null constraint failed, books.created at something. With multiple Command-Shift-Rs, you eventually get no such table books. Okay, so that's not even the one that I'm getting over here on this machine. Were you able to do it as well there, Mesmira? No, I'd say, like, multiple people being able to do it is important. Yeah, so I have a hard time reproducing a lot of stuff. So you can't repro. Anyone else able to repro? Because I think that's a big part of this. Is anybody able to reproduce? Because I think that's a big part of it. But yeah, no worries, Quicksilver. Mr. Sir. Because we have to scaffold out a SQLite database. That I think is subjective. I don't know. Now, it shouldn't be chromium-based. I think that's just a red herring. Does DevTools allow us to throttle the CPU? Because that would be the way to really, like, try and fix and solve this. When I say something is a red herring, it typically means it's a misleading thing. Okay, yeah, no worries that night. Yeah, I get you. Do you have any hints on, like, what Adam's thing is going to be? Yeah, no worries. When I say red herring, I am referencing the movie Clue, and I realize that I am old enough that most people don't know the movie Clue. Is it on... Oh, not that. No, I'm not going to watch it on Sling. Is it on any platform for free? Nope. Oh, I know you came over from Hat Knight's raid, but I saw you in Adam's stream. Yeah, I was lurking. Duh. You were there while he was doing some planning. Maybe you weren't there till the end. My eyes did not deceive me. Really? You were not in Adam Learns live stream 3 or 4 hours ago? Before he raided Mort? He posts his VODs, right? Oh, really, Hat Knight? Yeah, you're right. My bad. Nah, you're right. I mixed you up with someone else. Damn it. Yeah, you're right. My bad. It's the same person I mixed you up with the first time, I think. You're right. You're right. My bad. My bad. I'm sorry. I think I keep confusing you with Hideo. It's just Adam Learns live. No, it starts with an H and it's about the same thing. Y'all have a similar, like, color on your name, I think, too. Or at least, like, they might have had the randomly, the turquoise name just due to randomization. Yeah, when I was lurking earlier, I feel like Hideo had, like, the turquoise, but I could be wrong. I might have mixed all that up. Yeah, I don't know. That's tricky. I'm sorry, Hat Knight. My bad. I mixed you up with someone else. Was there a stream you were lurking before Chrono that wasn't Adam that I might have lurked instead that I forgot about? Is that possible? And you don't have to dox if you don't want to say so, right? Was there a stream you lurked before Chrono? And that might have been it. I'm wondering if I just saw your name in there. And again, if you don't want to say, don't say so. Okay. Yeah, no, I just mixed it up. That's my bad. I'm sorry. I don't know. It's like this dude smokes weed or something. I don't get it. Real quick, if anyone wants to help hype up my YouTube short from snowboarding last week, that'd be cool. No worries if not, I get it. I find it... Hold on, I just noticed something. I find it funny that Theo reuses a bunch of his, like, typeface shots, right? I'd be willing to bet he hasn't worn that shirt in months, right? For his, like, Zed video. He just reuses screenshots. Or reuses, like, face shots in his thumbnails. He's not making those for each video. He's reusing from a library. Which is fine. I just noticed it. Like, dude, I've seen that same photo of his like a dozen times already. Why not just make one fresh for each video? Oh, it was really good. Yeah, it was a solid session. It was really good. It was a really good day. I have another clip from that same run, even, that should be all right. I just gotta edit it together and publish it. Yeah, I've only been up the once, actually. Hold on, before we do anything too crazy. Johnson Ridge works, yeah. Oh my god, they're getting rain. Fucking global warming, man. Yeah, I gotta move farther north. Any Canadian ladies out there that want to help me become Canadian? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Just saying. Because an entire week of rain is no good. This is untenable. Depends on the part of Canada there, Quicksilver. Right? You're like East Coast. Come on. Come on. So, yeah, Hat Knight. The key is they even consider a reckless driving a DUI. Basically, if you've had a reckless driving, they assume that you had the reckless driving talked down from your DUI charge, which fucking sucks. So, yes, I have one of those from 20 years ago. Due to statute of limitations, I'm probably good, but I need to write a letter to the consulate to actually be allowed into Canada again. So, yeah, that's a thing. You're not wrong. It would be rubber stamped and, like, totally okay because it's been so long and I haven't had a single charge related to anything like that since. Yeah, it's super easy. Exactly, right? I can just write a letter to the consulate saying, hey, I'd love to be able to travel to Canada again. I haven't, you know, done the thing in years, and I'm chill, man. Come on. I think that's all the letter would have to have in it, right? I think I'm good. No, I'd actually write it properly. I'd actually write it properly. Ooh, so no, Hat Knight, they look really, like, heavily down upon drunk driving in Canada. Like, so much so that it's almost considered attempted manslaughter. It's really bad. Yeah. They really don't like drunk drivers in Canada. You can get drunk driving on a surfboard. I tried to get into Canada like 6 months after a reckless driving charge. I could have actually talked it down to negligent, but I pleaded guilty. That was a bad idea. So the reckless driving I got actually prevented me from getting into Canada 6 months later. And I looked up their laws, and you can get a reckless driving on a surfboard. You can actually get a DUI on a surfboard, which means you can probably get it on a snowboard too, which means I gotta be real careful in Canada. Because I do typically need a drink or two to go snowboarding, because if I dislocate my shoulder, I need to be able to throw it back in nice and easy. And whiskey, or any alcohol in general, allows it to go back in simpler. Yep. It's one of those things that really does kind of suck. Alcohol relaxes your muscles. When you dislocate your shoulder, your muscles tense the fuck up around your shoulder. The whiskey lets them relax enough for me to jam it back in. Hat Knight, have you never seen that clip? I've dislocated my shoulder putting on a hoodie wrong. I've dislocated my shoulder using a handrail to guide myself up a set of stairs. I've dislocated my shoulder doing all sorts of stuff because I originally did it snowboarding. Yes, I'll never be able to hand plant with my right arm again, and I pretty much never hand plant with my left arm because I don't want to ruin both shoulders. I can't throw a baseball or a snowball. You notice how I'm grabbing my shoulder here, right there at the joint, to make sure I can't, like, throw anything? Or I can't, like, throw it out by just doing this motion? Yeah, I can't even put my shoulder back farther than that. So if you see where I'm at, I'm not going back farther than like 45 degrees with my right shoulder that direction. Right? Because it would dislocate. It would dislocate. Is what it is. It's the life I live. Yeah, it's a brutal clip. For sure, it sucks. Oh, there we go. All right, so I can actually reproduce it. Hey, okay. So yeah, a bunch of refreshes later and we can actually make it happen. Ooh, you know what it is? I bet it is shared array buffer related. Right? We see these warnings about the origin private file system not being the thing that's working. I might have to abandon GitHub Pages and send this out to either Vercel or Netlify or render.com. Because then I can persist these headers without needing COOP, COEP stuff. That might be it. I think that's it. The reason it would be happening is because we have to use a thing called COI service worker to actually inject the headers that we need to allow shared array buffer. And if shared array buffer doesn't actually load properly due to random like reloading race conditions, then it means that we can't instantiate the SQLite table at the right time. So the entire issue now is that COI service worker is not something we're waiting upon properly. Yeah, so like a tricky thing. The main issue is that we don't control the headers coming out of GitHub Pages. And yeah, how you doing, Denzel? I didn't mean to leave you hanging. How you doing, man? But yeah, I think that's the big issue. We need to find a different provider because GitHub Pages ain't it. It sucks, but is what it is. Yeah. Until GitHub Pages allows us to inject headers, we're done for. Yeah, GitHub Pages is our big problem. I think so. If I worked at GitHub, I'd be really pushing on product to allow GitHub Pages to inject headers, and then we'd be good. I think that's our biggest problem right now. So yeah, We got to figure out a different way to deploy this thing. We're going to remove the GitHub Pages deploy and let's throw it to render, I guess. We could do Netlify. We could do Vercel. Yeah, we got stuff to do. We got stuff to solve. But we are late enough. We're basically at 7 p.m. I should have been done like an hour ago. Yeah, render's fine. Again, I'm going to use whatever platform wants me to, like, use their logo and name on the website. I'm also somewhat biased against Render and also Vercel because they barely even considered me for a job. That's on them. I'm not going to hold that against them. I'll probably just use Render. But I'm just pointing out. How you treat people goes a long way. Yeah, Vercel ghosted me. Didn't even say, like, yeah, we're going a different direction. Looked at my LinkedIn profile and never did a thing after that. Never even said we're going a different way. Render at least told me the truth and said, yeah, you lack the experience we care about. Sure, I get it. That's fine. I don't think I do because I have the experience of presenting at conferences, making blog posts, creating YouTube videos, streaming live. I have the experience any of these things are looking for. So when they say I don't have the experience, we know that's a cop-out, right? But yeah, Vercel and Render, lower on the list. I have not applied to Netlify yet. Maybe I should apply to Netlify to put them all on the same, like, page. And then, hey, you know, I just got to pick one because they're all equal. So I think that's the move. I just need to apply to Netlify. And then, well, yeah, I just got to pick a platform that are all equally on the shit list. No, I get it, Denzel. Like, yeah. Like, speaking at conferences is not that big a deal, right? Most DevRel companies, as Soypete even said earlier today, are actually looking less and less at conference presentations as a metric that matters and more at content creation. So I get that. It makes sense. But yeah, like, I do basically the job of a standard DevRel without actually getting a paycheck for it. Which I find extremely questionable, and I judge companies for. If I check most of the boxes, but I lack the experience on my resume, yeah, I'm gonna judge a company for ignoring me. There's a crypto company I'm judging as well. I could, but I feel like that would be lying. It's disingenuous. All right, we're gonna go raid Talons again. Oh my god, I have no idea what they're chatting about, but yeah, they're doing a stream, so you know, they're trying to do a long stream. All day-a-thon. Let's go raid Talons. I need some food in my belly. I'm going to do some potatoes, onions, and summer sausage as a meal for dinner tonight. It'll be delicious. I'll be over on gaming here in a little bit. I don't know what game I'm going to play. We'll see. We'll see. No clue. We'll figure it out, though. It'll probably be Pal World, but maybe if I can convince someone to jump into some BG3, that'd be great. I'm a little bummed we didn't get any BG3 this week, which means I can't do any BG3 with the main group tomorrow. Or with the secondary group tomorrow. Which kind of sucks. But is what it is. So I gotta like let Robotic Head and Acorn know that I am not willing to go past where I am with my main group. The fact that the main group is taking a bunch of time to get to where they're at, you know, is what it is, right? People have lives. I barely have one, but I still have to miss a day or two, so. Yeah, not my fault, not their fault, nobody's fault. Hopefully we can catch up. But let's go say hi to Talons. I'll see y'all on gaming stream. See y'all tomorrow. If not, cheers.